the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And
happens.
these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
Barrister, you just mentioned women in such situation. It's very important to prioritize them first. Where do you think they can go to get this counseling or being able to be spoken to and allow them to take a decision on what they want to do?
Okay, I think in Lagos, there are a lot of report agencies in terms of rape. We have a whole lot of foundations that take care of rape victims, even for the married ones. There are a lot of agencies in Lagos that take care of something like that. So they could approach any one of these agencies. I think their numbers are online. They're everywhere. You could just Google it and then call the number. That is the first step. And then from there, they take it from there. They take you through counseling and all of that. So apart from that, the legal aspect is also there. When something like that happens, you have to, go to court, sue, try to get the victim justice from there and all of that. And that is also going to add to the trauma, having to come to court and then relieve the situation all over again, even if you want to keep the baby. It's not as easy as it seems.
The situation will keep coming fresh.
It will keep coming because by the time
but
they
that's a
address the
situation
issue,
where you know the rapist. That's a situation because some of these people just do and take off. You might not know who exactly the person is.
That is true. So that is also one of the reasons why it's important they reach out to these agencies, these foundations, for help. And many of them are free. They do their thing based on.
Can I suggest that? I know all those foundations. About those, to me, I feel that the clinics, every clinic in Nigeria should have a counselor before you even want to carry out. Let them fully assess your situation, just in case you might change your mind and have a positive
one talk
just
with
because they might not want to reach out to call it anything, but it's going to be at the point where you're about to go and do the abortion and everything. I think there should be in all the clinics that are doing it. A place where they can have both ways, and this is the positive, this is the
negative part of it,
and talk to the husband, counsel them and say, see whether they can keep the child.
You just brought in a good aspect of this conversation, which has to do with the husband. You said the husband. Now, in Africa, do you think any man would want to stay with a wife who was pregnanted by a rapist?
A true African man will not, if you ask me. A true African man with pride. The average African man is with full pride.
What does pride got to do with it?
It is, because when you bring such a thing, and the man ordinarily may want to, accept, maybe after the agreement with the wife. But when you think of what family will say, what will I tell my family? What will the society say? Some men with their pride wouldn't want to, be associated with such
To
thing.
me, that's no pride. That's being a coward. Because it's not about you.
Okay.
Whatever happens, you're in a marriage with somebody, right? And then this happens to your wife. So what is it to be your ego? What has your ego got to do with the situation?
That is what we're talking about. That's an African man for you. African man will not say they're coward. You can never see an African man that will tell you, he's a coward. It's pride. There are certain things they would have accepted or agreed to do ordinarily without raising any shoulder. But because of the pride in them, they wouldn't.
Well, that's true. The stigma that is attached
the community.
to it.
Yeah.
And
the people know how to actually to call their names. You can just be going on the road and the next somebody is pointing at you. This is how many people can take that? Except you are this, you must be very enlightened and well read to accept some certain things.
Anyways, this is so sad, you know, talking about it and just visualizing if it's real, what will the woman be going through? Because all this affects the woman more.
Yeah.
All of this affects the woman more.
A lot.
Psychologically, mentally, what we should be
Physically,
going through.
emotionally.
That's why I said
That could even lead to
prioritizing the
suicide.
woman.
Yeah.
Yes, that could lead to suicide. You know, you just be wondering.
It
no,
will
it's
traumatize
not enough
her.
that I'm raped and then I'm pregnant on top of
Pregnant.
all. You know. Anyway, let's move forward. Let's leave DNA, pregnancy to all those that it concerns. Yes, okay. So let's move on to, we're talking about women, we're women seated here, conversing, talking about women. What barriers do you think exist for women in leadership? Let's take example, or taking a look at Senator Natasha, being a woman in the House of Senate and all what she went through. Do you think it was a barrier that made her to go through that? Do you think it's a man's world, like the men would say it? Okay, the House of Senate is the man's world, so she has no right to speak whatsoever. What's your think?
You know, I think obviously we are in Nigeria, and then if you look at the political space, right, of how the gender balance in the political world, you can see that we've never had a female president. And aside that, if you're checking the number of people in the Senate, men are more than the women. And so this gender imbalance is already a male-dominated sector in the political world, where women's voices are being suppressed. And so, you know, the fact that she came out to say, you know, what was done wrong to her, she came out and then she was really, you know, bold enough and courageous enough to take that, you know, ahead, that thing. That is just the exceptional thing about her that every other woman should emulate, because not everybody would come out. That silence part is what kills women the most.
Yeah.
This happens to me, I will lose my job. She didn't care about whatever anybody has got to say. She just was courageous to say whatever has happened, the way it happened, and I'm going to fight until my voice is heard. So I think that is one of the barriers, being that gender imbalance. You're in a place where men are male, they are more dominating, you know, in a particular sector. You find yourself in that particular situation. So yeah.
I have a something I want to say. I love Natasha. I love her boldness. I love her courage. She did not just stand up for herself, if you ask me. She stood up for every African child. She stood up for every African girl child out there. You understand? Generation unborn will come to hear of this situation that happened to her. In the House of Senate, I think we have like 3 or 4 women. You know, they did not just, they tried to oppress her, to suppress her, and to intimidate her. To top it all, they bullied her. She was thrown all sorts of pebbles. But what did she do with it? She built her strength with all the pebbles they threw at her. You know, she's a source of inspiration, encouragement to every African child. The bully was just too much. I salute her courage. She was courageous enough to speak. Even when they bully her up to this time of resumption, they did want her to resume. You understand? She kept talking. She kept speaking. You know, why are they always bullying the woman? Why are they always silencing the woman? They don't want the woman to speak. There is no nation that can strive and succeed without a woman. When it's time for election, they come back to the women. When it is time for voting, they come back to the women. And when it is time to speak, to share the national, to build the national cake.
Go ahead and say it.
They want to sideline the woman.
Yeah,
I like politics. I would have been in politics by now because I actually work with politicians. But I'm not there because they will call you names. They will tag you names because they see you as maybe you're a woman, you shouldn't be here, you should be at the back, you shouldn't be speaking. But they have an opinion.
In the other room.
Exactly. You can be seen, but not heard.
You can be
That's
seen
what
and
they
not
say.
heard. And not everybody are wired like that. Some people are wired to be heard. So people are wired to speak not for themselves, for their generation. Just like Natasha did. Natasha did not speak for only herself. She spoke for a lot of women out there. Natasha has given voice to the voiceless. Some women in their offices, in their corporate organization, cannot speak. Look at the case of the national NYSK. She was able to speak. Though she will be bullied, but she spoke. And whenever you speak, you have the courage to stand up and speak for yourself and for your fellow women. Be bold enough to chase whatever comes out of it.
I am smiling. You know why I'm smiling? When you said kudos to Natasha. I love when women are given the opportunity or praised when they do something good. But I've just been told that we're going on a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay.
I wanted to add something.
Go to my page. I posted Natasha. I am for Natasha. And I want every Natasha out there.
She came up because one of the senators wanted to start to sleep. Wanted to sleep.
Any advice? Are we getting wrong?
No, we're going. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Welcome back to Women in Conversation here on ITV. I mean, we've been enjoying the discussion. We're talking about the barriers that women that exist in women in leadership, and we're looking at Natasha as a case study, Senator Natasha, and of course Edith has just broken it down. I was just smiling all through because I get excited when I hear that a woman stood up for her fellow women.
Oh yeah.
But Abiodun, let me come to you. A lot of people said she made a mistake by taking it out of the country. You know, she went on the was it the UN thing and all that, and so people said she shouldn't have gone there to speak, that she should have remained in Nigeria and fight the battle here back home. What's your take on that?
I would say, Natasha, well done, because because there was not
Kudos, Mama.
Women don't have that voice.
They don't have
Yeah.
any.
In United Kingdom, in United Nations, no, we hear her out. And to me, she's very brave, very strong, because she could have been killed or assassinated, but God kept her. So to me, I just look at it, what kind of, I've heard my sister said, and the barrister, and Patricia said, about her courage and everything. But at the end of the day, you said something about generation. Yeah, because to me, I want, when I leave this earth, when I die, what legacy are you leaving? What are people going to say about you that matters? So even if she died in that process, at least you hear of different stories of people that have died in the process. For the sake of many people. So basically, she was a deliverer.
Yeah.
She started the process. Whereas still, as we said, there's still many people not in positions, women not in positions that they should be, because we're way behind. In the Senate, we've got 3 women.
Can you imagine that?
There's more women in this country than men. So where is their voice?
Yeah, be silent.
Inequality, it's been oppressive. So, so they need to come out and start to put women in the rightful position, and then the quota should be fair. It's unfair. It's unfair. So where is the women's voice? So with the situation that happened, it must have happened for a purpose, for a reason, so that the eyes of the government can open and start to see that there's inequality, there's unfairness, and the courts, it's not. They need to put women.
I think
back in positions.
the men really have to do much. You should treat a woman the way you want another man to treat your girls or your wife or your children. If you bully the woman, another man may also bully your wife or your daughters. You understand? They should stop the bullying. They should allow the women to
this
speak.
Thing that you just said, maybe you said the men should stop the bullying. I just want to point something out to you. That I hope you know that if there are 10 bullies in the political sector, 5 or 6 will be men and the rest will be women.
For fellow women.
Because women are competitors against themselves.
Yeah.
So I think that is
There's something with language we used to speak in school, they okpoyo, not they like okpoyo.
So that is something that, because even the Natasha case, I think
The women didn't stand up for
Yeah,
her.
they didn't stand up for her.
They paid other
Some
women
women
to
protest
speak against her.
her.
And they went on the protest.
So, and those women will stand up, and they are even more, bitter than the men that she did.
But why is it like that? That's it.
That
the
brings
problem.
me to the next question. That brings me to the next question. How can women stand in solidarity with each other?
Enviness will not allow them.
Exactly.
Enviness.
Jealousy.
Yeah, jealousy.
Envy. Because I think
Unnecessary
you could
competition
you
will
could
not
now
allow
even
them.
bring in pride.
Unnecessary
Women
competition
are
will not allow them.
competitors. You feel like because normally you could see that first of all, women compare their bodies. That is something that if you're even talking about the issue of body shaming, you see a lady just pass and then two people are like, why is she this
See
way?
her stomach, see her
and
head.
this
see-
girl-
And the man will look away. The man will just look and look away and will start saying any word. The woman
But
can't
the
hold her
woman
mouth.
will be the one to criticize.
Yeah.
A fellow
So
woman.
I feel women are also the issue because there's no unity amongst us.
They say
There's
now who no
form
man they
of-
kill man. Now the woman that is a fellow woman.
There's no form of unity, and that's a big issue.
Yeah.
Women have to conquer that thing so that you can be able to embrace ourselves, support ourselves. Because I've even experienced it, even in the legal sector too, as well. You find out that people who even criticize you more might even be the women. Tell you, I won't do it this way, I won't take it this way. There's no form of unity. So if we can come together as one, that is what's going to, at least first of all, because they said, what's that saying? That united we
stand, divided we
Exactly.
fall.
So just imagine if 80% or 90% of Nigerian women supported
Natasha. Oh, she would have gone to
She wouldn't even need to go
to
anywhere
outside the
else.
country.
to UN.
Anyway, you said unity. That one says unity, we can stand solidarity for one another. What's your own?
Stay unity. When there is unity and we speak.
But you started with enviness.
Oh,
Yes.
you know you are going the other way now. Why I said some women don't support others because of enviness. Like she said, when they see you doing something, instead of them to support you, they rather talk you down. And when you ask them to go for something like that, they won't. They won't do it. They won't allow you to do it. They will feel jealous. They'll feel they should be the one getting it. They should be the one there. Ask them to go, you see, they will draw back. There are some people that are very good in layback. You know, there are some people that like to come up and do something. When you cannot do something, why don't you support the person that is doing it? When you are not bold enough, you are not courageous enough to speak out, why don't you stand beside or behind the person that is speaking out and cheer the person up? That goes a long way.
Okay, we have 2027 elections coming by. I mean, we're sitting here now to discuss women not supporting each other. What are those measures do you think we should put on ground to be able to have more women in the political field?
Okay, that's why, when we talk about the issue of that unity, it's something we don't have as women. If you bring up a female candidate and say, oh, she's well educated, she's good for the job, 80% of women will tell you no. They will look for the flaws, what she does not have. That is what they will focus on.
And nobody's complete and nobody's perfect.
They will now project and amplify your flaws. So that the men can now talk you
Abiodun,
down.
are you going to say men to that?
No.
Are you going to say men to that?
No, I'm looking at how we can solve this problem.
Good, yeah.
Because, envy, jealousy, where is it getting us to?
Nowhere.
Gossiping,
Nowhere.
biting. And then when you're looking at 2027 elections, I'm just looking, is there a women's party? Is there anything where, I'm not saying we should be divided with the men, but where, there's a woman that can even join
a political party?
Yes.
You're talking
Just
about
so that they
there
can
should be
have
a political
voice.
party for women?
Yes.
Just only women?
Just not.
No, not
I don't know
just
how
only
you do
women,
it, but where at least
when
make
More
a
women, more
candidates
women.
we
that
can have a voice,
yeah,
and then
I get.
probably join to, because the way they do it in the UK, once you have a party and then you go and you have enough quota, we're more than the men.
Yeah.
And we're in unity.
Statistically.
There's no way PDP or whatever, they will not come to join, because you will not win the elections unless they join, because you will have to place
Thank
them.
you.
Is that right?
That's where they
That's how they
divided.
do it.
That's because we have no unity.
So I'm not
So
seeing
now-
where
Oh, hold on a minute. Yes, go ahead.
Go
please.
ahead.
Yes.
if I'm making sense here.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
are.
You understand
Yes,
what I'm saying?
yes.
Where we can join together and as one, as a voice, that you need to put us in positions so that we can have a voice and make change, because you've led us all this while. Where has been the improvement? Maybe if a woman is there, because we give birth, we have compassion, and I don't know, there's something that goes in our veins that we will not allow to happen. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know, because behind every successful man, there's a woman.
Beside every successful man, not even behind anyone.
Beside, thank you. You corrected me. I just feel that this thing is touching me like this, because I just feel that, so where are the women? You're saying that we're not in positions and we're not kidding, but where are you? What are we doing about it? What are we doing about it?
Okay, what are we going to do about it was the question I actually asked. 2027, it's close by. I mean, the year is running out, and you know how we do our politics in Nigeria and Africa. 2026 will be dedicated to 2027, politically, everything will start happening, who is coming on board and who is not coming on board. What do we do to get more women to come on board on this trip?
Okay, I think just the way we're here and we're trying to orientate, because of course there are women who will be watching, women who are interested in politics, or even those who are already in politics, I think, because if you check out of 10 men in power, you will still see one woman, because that is what they do. They try to balance it up
in Nigeria,
improperly.
Yeah,
yes,
they do.
That's what they do.
They will not use the woman to hold the women, to market women
so
association.
Every 10, there's one woman.
Yes.
In
And
power.
they do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
they
In
do.
Nigeria.
Yes.
They do it.
They
So
do.
where
They
are
will
the
just
women in the
make
Senate?
that
They-
one
That's what
woman.
you said to me.
Yeah,
Maybe,
we
yes.
have just three.
They may
Because
not
I'm
be in the
very
Senate.
sure, yes,
Okay.
there are women who have that power
To mobilize, to mobilize for them.
to create this political party idea you're talking about. There are women in power who can make that happen. So the few who are up already, who are up the ladder, should be able to at least be liberal when another woman or women who come forward, instead of talking them down or letting the decision of the men overrule your own decision, because that's what happens, because they report back to these men in power.
I don't think with what we have would do that part, because if that was the case, how many people supported Natasha?
I was going to come there. I mean, even the few women in the House of Senate didn't speak
They didn't
for her.
support her.
That was so
They
disheartening.
didn't support her.
It
They
was so
didn't speak for her.
disheartening. It was so disheartening.
So she
that's-
was standing
that- that's
alone.
all alone.
That's the issue. So that's
All
why
alone.
orientating, at least for them
Yeah.
to know that there's nothing you gain from hating her. Although what they could gain financial gain, because
like
Or
Barrister
appointment
said.
gain.
appointment, that's it, appointment
Like
gain and all
Barrister
of that.
said, I think I will further buttress that there should be sensitization.
Yeah.
The women are women that are already up there, political leaders. They should sensitize the general public. They should be an amplifier. They should be a voice for the upcoming women. You understand? If they put out a jingle, it's not a bad thing for women to come into politics. And anybody that venture to go into politics, there should be a support. There should be moral support. There should be, if need be, there should be financial support for any woman that come up into political space. There are few women in the political space, and when you are up there, don't pull down any woman that is coming up. Give them opportunity to come and meet you. If they come there and meet you up there, you never can tell how they will support it and make the more the merrier.
I'm going to say this. It's not all the women. It's not 100% we're talking about. We still have some women that their heart is so beautiful and they are ready to pull other women up. But like we said, the percentage is low. The highest percentage are those women body shaming women, those women that are not standing for women, those women that are not going to support women, those women that will ask, what's she coming here to do? Those women that feel envious and those women that feel threatened. Some women are threatened. Even in your workspace. I have been in a workspace where my colleague was just threatened by me.
By your presence.
Yes. And she was going to do everything to bring me down.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I saw this from the day one, and I worked with sense and wisdom. Let me put it that way. So I didn't give her the opportunity to do that, even though she tried. She did everything to want to put me down, body shaming, not allowing me speak when I want to speak. She's like, excuse me, I don't think you're doing it the right way. Let me see.
They always know it all. They always know it.
Yes, they always know
They want to be.
That's the
they want
right
to
word.
shine. They want to
Yes.
And I
outshine
think
you.
the issue is fear.
That's what I said.
The thing is that
naturally, women are scared.
Yeah. No, that wasn't fear. That was envious.
No, I'm saying in the
fear
fear
and
of
envious.
even
You're going to take her position.
exactly.
Yes.
So
You know, they want to shine alone.
An introverted person. I don't think you would have even been able to stand up to her or something.
You just
go
shrink.
back into your shell.
You just shrink, and that's it.
Can I say something to all women? Let's appreciate each other. Let's be content with ourselves and do our best to encourage everyone. Because to me, when you say somebody's going to take somebody's position, because I hear it a lot and I've experienced some things, and I said that, listen, if you do your best in wherever you are and be who God has called you to be, whether you encourage the person that is ahead of you, because as you serve, even the Bible, as you serve them, God will promote you. And if it's not your space, don't go there, because you don't know that by you going there, it can harm you. So just be content with where God has placed you. Let me encourage those that are ahead of you.
Let me add to what you just said. To my fellow women out there, please support every woman that you see. Lend a voice, lend a helping hand. You women, take care of yourself. Relearn, unlearn, and make sure you put yourself in a position where you'll be accepted. We shouldn't talk down our fellow woman, and don't body shape any woman. Don't body shape any woman. Every woman out there was created by God Almighty. You cannot create a soul. So the soul that you cannot create, don't body shame that soul. Thank you.
And we should also remove the issue of tribe.
Chisom, I was going to come to you because everybody has just advised the women. So please look straight to the camera and give your own advice.
Okay. So I was flowing with what Princess was saying, because if you were just saying, please love one another, it's not going to work. I mean, they've heard this saying countless times, millions of times. Ladies, there's a lot of women program. Let's come together, let's come together. But you have to take this thing seriously. Remove the issue of tribe and every other discrimination and segregation.
Tribe and religion. Tribe and religion.
She's Muslim, I can't associate with her. This is how they behave. I can't associate with this person. She's from so state.
We have just been indicated that time is up. I mean, time gets up when it's getting interesting. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, we are all women, and we serve just one God. Love one another. That's what Abiodun said. Your last words, Abiodun.
Yeah, I would just like to say that, as we say, love one another. And again, every woman, you have a gift, you have a calling. There's something that God has created you to do before you were formed in your mother's womb. Try and find out that gift, try and find that calling, and be the best woman, be the best sister, be the best wife, be the best person that you can be. Just do your best.
Be the best person.
Anything.
Thank you, Abiodun. Be the best person. Your last words, please.
I would say a woman will shine, but many women will shine brighter.
Your last word.
Okay, my last word will be remove the issue of fear. You want to come out for election, you want to come out in your school, in your church, you want to come out for any position, take away the issue of fear. Be bold, be courageous, and make sure that there is nothing that is going to stop you. Don't look at what people say or what anybody thinks about you. You have your own uniqueness, just the way Abiodun said. So I think
yes, we've come to the end of today's program. Thank you, Abiodun, so much. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope when we call on you, you'll be back here. And then Chisom, I mean, you took your time off as a barrister, your busy schedule. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And to you, Princess Edith, I know how busy you are making people beautiful. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Anyway, we've come to the end of today's program. Yes. Thank you for being with us. We'll be here same time next week. My name is Patricia Uremu-Gabriels.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gautier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen a relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in.
And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. Okay. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba sókè, abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àlàyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are saying on the stage is the current On the other side, we have the gymnastic boys. Gymnastic boys, you don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know if they are going to do the second floor. Always.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis.
ITV.
Nadia, it's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyukokai. Now, on Heritage today, we'll be taking a trip down to Namibia. Namibia has a population of about 3 million people, and as of 1990, they gained their independence from South Africa. So today, we'll be learning more about Namibia, looking at their dances, their culture, and everything that has to do with Namibia. So you know what? Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. This is Tupunduneri dance of Namibia, a dance rich with meaning from milestones like rites of passage, wedding, and funerals. Tupigeneering dance is a fundamental part of cultural heritage, considered as an intangible cultural heritage, preserving and terminating traditions, stories, and identity across generations.
The dance is seen as living history, crucial for cultural continuity, and involves not just movements, but also costumes, music, and associated space. The dance conveys beliefs, values, history, and social bonds, acting as living records.
Pintureni. Ejabi kuhakuhando se kostengo kosanin. Nena nyo musim pintureni. Rauda.
In essence, dance is a dynamic, vital expression with many dance heritage, shows existing culture to celebrate and preserve these traditions. sure it has been an exciting time today on Heritage, looking at all that has to do with the Namibians, talking about their traditional dances, their costumes, their music. Everything has been mind-blowing. All right, it's all about heritage, getting you closer to your culture and tradition, and of course the world at large. We'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year, because this is my first time this year with you. It's always an exciting time on the current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Osamudiame Agbolao. It's always a delight to have you on the program. I must tell you that this new year is promising. This new year has a lot in the offing, and by the grace of God, it will be a good year. I have in the studio a very, very reputable clergyman, an entrepreneur, and also an educationist, Dr. Royal Ayemere. Happy New Year, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Same to you, sir.
Yeah, welcome to the studio today.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a delight to have you in the studio.
Thank you, sir.
So, I must admit that today's topic is very crucial. Very crucial because the way you start a new year determines how the year will be.
That's right.
And I must tell you that only yesterday, that's on Wednesday, doctors, NMA precisely, took to the streets to protest against kidnapping of a medical doctor, kidnapping of Nigerians, and of course making the work environment very unsafe for them. They've given ultimatum, and it's very disturbing that crime seems to be on the increase even in Edo State. So we are looking at how can we solve this problem. And I know that Dr. Ayemere has a lot to offer. We'll be discussing it. We need to solve this problem. The youths need to be given opportunities to do well. The youths need to be encouraged. They need to be given jobs. They need to be given opportunities so that they'll be engaged. The youths have a lot in their brains. They need to be given a very conducive level playing ground so that they can strive, they can do well, because they are the future leaders. Well, I'm not to do the talking. Dr. Royal, it's very disturbing when the doctors took to the streets yesterday to protest against the kidnapping of their colleague and the death of one of their colleagues in Edo North. It was very, very pathetic.
Yes, it's so sad that we have found ourselves in such a precarious situation as a nation and as a state, because you know, when we started talking here, people feel that, oh, these people are jobless. People, they don't know what they are saying. And you see, it has gotten to a level where everybody is bothered now. Yes. Because even the high and the mighty, nobody is safe. I know for sure that these hoodlums and these agents of darkness, if they have their way, they'll be hijacking plane at in the sky. But because maybe they don't have technology for that yet, you could see that the escalation of these barbaric acts is alarming. And I think this is not the time to tell government to wake up. This is the time to tell Nigerians to wake up. Okay. It's not just government alone that will fight it. It's not just only security men alone that will fight it. Everybody, all hands needs to be on deck, because we can't sleep now and with our eyes closed. Everywhere, every corner, Abuja, Benin, Ekpoma, Auchi, everywhere, is everywhere. You see, the other day, I'm a pastor. Yes. I belong to Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Yes. And the other day, some of our pastors were kidnapped. And they were demanding 50 million per person. Where will they get such an amount of money? Because, you know, when people who have been making money from this, they have friends that they discuss with. They have neighbors they discuss with. Oh, you see, this is the business we're into. This is what we make. This is what we make. It has a way of motivating people to say, okay, show me how you do it. That's what we see. Because if the people who sponsor these people, who are behind these people, are brought to book, I'm very sure in no distant time, this matter of this kidnapping and all, it will die down. And I think government should also wake up, because when people do not have alternative to survive, crime becomes an option.
Yeah, but we have I think we should have a direct message for His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, because doctors in Edo State protested on Wednesday. They took to the streets and they are threatening to down tools if the environment is not rigid in their favor. If a conducive environment is not created for medical doctors to operate, because for a medical doctor to have been kidnapped and to have died in the den of kidnappers is very pathetic. Look at the number of years that that individual spent in the university to acquire formal education, to acquire medical training, very rigorous training. To even gain admission through JAM to read medicine is difficult. So for that individual to have gone through that, gain admission, acquired medical training, and his life just wasted like that. If doctors are not protected, who will now treat the people? Who will now take care of the health of the people? So that protest yesterday, on Wednesday precisely, by medical doctors is very germane, and it's a wake-up call to His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. Probably maybe something needs to be done about the security architecture in Edo State. The vigilantes need to be encouraged, need to be equipped more. Maybe we need to give them technological gadgets that they can use. Dr. Imeri, now if doctors are complaining, if they down tools, that would be a big problem for the health sector.
Yes, I know. I was coming to that.
Yes.
You see, it's so unfortunate that life being wasted, that have gone through so much process to get to that point. But you see, the reason the doctors are complaining is because it has gotten to them now. A lot of people have been complaining. A lot of people have been kidnapped. But I'm not saying what was done was right. Yeah. The protest is a wake-up call that every one of us should wake up. You see, I sympathize with the Nigerian Medical Association, and I sympathize with the family of the deceased. But you see, I think where we are now, this is not just a job for security personnel alone, like I said. It is a job for Nigerians. And I think, like what you said, the local vigilantes. Yes. Because I have been canvassing in this studio. We are overdue for state policing. Because the number of police that we have in Nigeria, the last time I checked, it was, I think the figures we got was that is 400,000. And inside this 400,000 to police about 200-something million people, there's only a shortfall. And this 400,000, you have private police, people who follow big men, who follow companies, and the rest of it. So maybe the ones left may just be 100,000.
Now, but we don't really have the statistics data to really ascertain.
Go to some police stations and see how many police officers will you find there. So we have been clamoring here, I've been clamoring here for state police because we are overdue for it. This job has overwhelmed our Nigerian police force because they can't do beyond them. This is where we are now is the best they can offer. So I think the governor of Edo State, let's take a lead. I think Ondo State, there's what they call Amotekun there.
Yes.
You have another one in Lagos. You have different states bringing out. I think Kano just launched one about 2 weeks ago. Okay. Where they go to the bushes and the rest of that. They gave them training. The government trained them, armed them to join, to work with police and the rest of that. I think nothing stops Edo State.
Even the Amotek you just mentioned, they have acquired drones.
Yes.
For surveillance. For area surveillance.
Yes. So as it is, nothing stops Edo State government because if you look at these local vigilantes, they are very effective. When they were at work during Obaseki's regime, you could find out that kidnapping dropped drastically because even areas where policemen will not dare to enter, these vigilantes will enter. And collaborating with the police, we saw insecurity dropped drastically. I think it's that time the government look into that direction, bring these people up And if it's to give them, if it's 1 month or 2 months training, quick training, let them be trained and let's deploy people. As a matter of fact, now I think it should be any Nigerian that is 20 or 25 should be given security training, so that at least let's know, let's be sensitive to our environment, and let's work with the security operatives, and let's get our environment secured.
Okay, we'll just take a break now, and when we return, we'll talk more about this very, very disturbing scenario in Edo State, in Nigeria, talking about the insecurity that has crippled socio-economic activities. Dr. Roya just mentioned the previous administration, the vigilantes then, we saw what they did. In this administration, we want to see an improvement on the previous administration. We shouldn't go back. We shouldn't decline. Rather, Edo State should move forward. We know that Governor Okpewolo really has the interests of the people at heart. The way he has made comments, the way he has spoken, but we want to see action. The people are not happy about the security situation in Edo State. So, Governor Okpewolo, the people are appealing to you. You need to do more in terms of security of Edo State. We'll talk more after this break.
ITV, certainly the best.
Okay, it's a delight to have you back. It's a 60 Minutes Nigeria, the very, very wonderful program where we dissect national issues. So once again, Happy New Year to you. Just joining us is another very reputable clergyman, analyst, and a businessman as well, Dr. Emeka Ekura. Nice to have you.
Thank you, Malago. You look sweet.
Thank you. You look good too.
Happy New Year, my brother.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Happy New Year, everyone viewing us in Nigeria and outside
Nigeria. We are supposed to be happy, but we are not happy because we started the program by mentioning the protest by the Nigerian Medical Association on Wednesday, protesting against kidnapping and issuing an ultimatum that if certain things are not done, they will down tools. If they down tools, the people will suffer. Because they are still working now. People still have problems with their health. Talk less of when they are eventually officially down tools. So, what's your take on this very disturbing insecurity that has resurfaced again? In Edo now, it's very disturbing. Edo North is terrible.
All right. Let me quickly say, the Bible says in everything we should give God thanks.
Okay.
Let me establish that first. So we need to be happy. And as much as we are alive and God is still in charge, we need to be happy. Unfortunately, our country is not something anybody should sleep and close eyes when it comes to insecurity. And it's not very peculiar only to Edo State. But there is an adage in my language that says, if you want to be fine outside, first and foremost, be fine inside your own house. Let me put it the way it is in Igbo language. You're from house fine before you go outside. Okay. So we talk of our own. And let me still appreciate the government on what they've been doing in the past. But every country, every state, every nation wants better things. Insecurity, like I said, is not just very peculiar to Edo State. It is everywhere. And the government supposed to be in forefront to make sure, according to the Constitution, they swore that their duty is to protect life and property. Is what is expected. Whether the governor knows about it, the government knows about it or not, everybody must be pointing hand on him, because he's #1 security officer of a state. In Edo State particularly, everybody will talk about Senator Mondo Paul, whether he hears it, whether he knows it or not. He has a commissioner on security. He has a special advisor on security. Then he has other supportive security agents in the state. The Nigerian Army is there. the Nigerian police is there, the Nigerian Navy is there. You also go down, you talk about the vigilantes, you talk about the civil defense corps. These are security personnel, and it is his duty. I in 1, 2, 3 occasions have noticed him call the security chiefs of the state. I don't think he called security chief of the state to begin to party. He called them to fashion a way how the state can be at peace. Of course, what we've seen in most states as regarding security is now a canker worm. What we see in Nigeria at large, the nation at large, regarding to security, is a thing that everybody is afraid, including the elects. Everybody is afraid. So, from the federal, measures to be put in place. Serious measures should be put in place. The medical doctors want to down tools. They have given 78 hours to the state governor as regard to insecurity and what befalls one of their colleagues, a very young boy of that matter, who have just come to start life. The question is, has the government been able to find out what killed the young man? Which set of people killed the young man? Why the blame goes to the governor is because a situation of this nature, he should be able to ravage what exactly happened with intelligent reports. When things like this are happening, he will not just give a marching order. He should be able to call the security chiefs, and they should find that they should ravage out what exactly happened, which people carry out this very act, this very demonic and satanic act. And the chief security personnel following together or coming up together should be able to use the intelligent reports to say that it was exactly these henchmen that are going out, the evil henchmen, because not all the cattle rearers are wicked or killers, but these particular people that are always been taking blood, killing those they can, taking life they cannot give, they should be able to find out from them. Let me bring in an idea. I remembered a case of, is it Enugu State or Ebonyi State, something like that. The governor rolled out drones. The purpose of this was because of insecurity.
Yeah, drones.
Drones. And this is the most of the purpose of security votes.
Yeah, that was Enugu State.
Yes, Enugu State.
Yes.
Now, if other states, other governors has this insecurity as a serious threat to their state, they should go extra mile. They should go extra mile. The federal government, the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be able to say that a governor in a state do this. I give the governor in other states a matching order. How did he raise the money to do that? Raise the money in the same formula, because even the tax people pay in every state in this nation is enough to tackle this evil beasts called insecurity in the nation. Now, in Edo State in particular, if the medical doctors down tools, people will die more. People will die more. People are dying with one particular sickness or the other when they are at work. How much more when they are not there? And what is their anger? Their colleague was killed.
I want to see in the den of kidnappers.
In the den of kidnappers. And there is no security intelligence to find out where these people is to rescue them, or where the other person is. Not him only. We're only talking about the one we just had, and because the medical personnel are taking action. What about the ones you didn't hear?
That's what I said.
Yeah. What about the ones you didn't hear?
Yes.
And who is talking about it? The common men in the communities are even afraid to come out because they don't know who is watching and who is hearing and who is giving information. There are informants everywhere as regard to this insecurity. I must tell you the truth. Most cases, it is the boys in the community. And if you still look downward, you find out that when there is no job for these young boys, what do you expect? Government should also make every possible available channel to create more job opportunities. I heard from a side here that even the vigilante are not being paid.
We'll talk about that, but that will
we
be.
need to.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That will be after this break. But let me just quickly highlight an important fact that Dr. Emeka Ekuga just brought to the fore, and that is Enugu State model. The acquisition, Enugu State government purchased drones. These drones is for surveillance. I think Edo State can also do that, where they will have a monitoring room. Most of our leaders, most public office holders, they travel abroad. Now, when you are in the UK and there's an emergency, there's a number you will dial. Once you dial that number, there will be emergency responders. Government have officials who will respond to your call. You tell them the problem, they tell those who are to rush there to rush to your place. Why can't we have that in Edo State? Why can't we have a monitoring room? Why can't we have drones? Drones that will be doing area surveillance? Why those in the monitoring room will be downloading the videos, the photos,
the information.
This is important. We're in a digital world. We don't have surveillance cameras at strategic locations, even in Benin City. Only yesterday, there was a news where the Akoko Edo chairman visited victims in the hospitals, different hospitals, where victims, a kidnap attempt that was foiled. We commend the Edo State Security Network for that wonderful job in Akoko Edo. They foiled it, but so many people were injured. If they have equipment, if they have digital surveillance equipment, it will help. We'll talk more after this break. Okay, so delight to have you back. The final lap of the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. We are really delighted that you are there enjoying your 60 minutes with us. This country actually deserves collective effort to reposition it. But we cannot shy away from the fact that the day a governor is sworn in, he has taken an oath of allegiance. He has pledged to protect lives and property. In Edo State, it is very disturbing what is happening now. We know that Governor Monday Okpewolo has publicly assured the Edo people of better welfare, of improvement in living standard. That's the reason he's doing a flyover at Ikpoba Hill. He's doing another flyover at Adesowa Junction. This is a governor that has promised the people improvement in welfare. But Mr. Governor, the people cannot enjoy welfare when there's insecurity. It means that a lot need to be done to rejig the security architecture. My guest, Dr. Roya, talked about the need for state police. I know that he's our both state governor, but this issue of vigilantes is just a way out. Vigilantes should be paid. We've seen what happened to EXMA by the previous administration. EXMA is just like, each official in EXMA is like a civil servant. He earns salary. Vigilantes should be paid. They should be encouraged. They should not be made to be depending on one Okagele or one community Noge to survive. No. The state government must have a structure salaries for vigilantes so that they will be accountable. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. Dr. Roya, I believe that this issue of salary for vigilantes is a must.
It's long overdue.
Okay.
Because you can't expect people, sir,
yes,
who are with arms to be on the streets. Our weather is so hot. They'll be under the sun from morning to evening, and they are with arms and they are not paid. An angry man, for God's sake, a hungry man, for God's sake, is an angry man. And he's with arms. He's hungry. No payment from any quarter. It's just for him to arrange with one or two. What we are seeing now, it could also be a factor to what it is, to where we are. The problem in this nation, see, sir, is beyond talking on paper. Because we see federal government coming out, inflation rate has dropped, GDP has grown, this and that. This is paper talk. Reality on ground shows, sir, the taxes Nigerians are paying is going up. Salary earners, wages is very low. Look at the reality on ground. People are angry. People are hungry. No job. People graduate from school, no job. Somebody graduate from school, managed to get a job, is being kidnapped and shot dead. Then, what do you expect? The average Nigerian is like he has given up hope for this country.
Is that the reason for Jakpa? This traveling out of Nigeria?
That is it, sir. That is it, sir. Because these politicians, most of the politicians, where are their children? See, I can tell you for free, as we approach the election, you will discover, sir, that the insecurity will drastically drop. Because there are people behind it. Because they will tell them, relax, let's conduct the election. The atmosphere will be calm. President Goodluck Jonathan said, let's extend the election by 2 weeks. Let's curb some things. The insecurity then, it came down. Sir, if we must fight this, it's not about governor or no governor. Everybody must come together. This matter, government should wake up. Government must be sincere that, hey, these vigilantes that are working, how can you expect a man to be working and it's not being paid? We are going
to investigate that. This issue of vigilante.
It is a fact.
We have to get information.
It is a fact
on this salary thing.
It is a fact. They are not being paid. I mean, even the police, are they being paid properly?
We've seen increase in police salaries and promotions.
Leave that in. As a police officer, the uniform you are recruited with, that's what government gives to you. They are the one to get their boots. They are the one to get their uniform. Go to some police station in the evening. They don't have petrol to power gen. They have to use torchlight, light from phone, to write and do all that is. Go and check.
Whereas we can even install solar facilities in police stations nationwide.
So what we are seeing, in fact, this is beyond even bringing vigilante. I said boys from 25 years should be recruited. There are countries that are once you are 25 years old. That's what Ukraine is doing now. That's what Russia is doing now. There is a security in our country. Once you are 18, they recruit you. Yeah, take arm, defend your territory.
Doctor, if your son is 25 years now, and you see the way the country is going, and the federal government, they have been calling for recruitment, with the boys going. When you see how your mates are being killed in the process, in the field, will you allow your child to go? The problem is that we've mixed it for long. The Nigerian government has missed the security of the people for long. It's no longer democracy. We're no longer democracy. Those days when we were in school, we found out it was the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. How many times have you seen a government call a town hall meeting in an open place and said, let the people that are the government, the people are the government, let them come, let's decide how do we do this?
They do, sir.
I am not
during the election period.
Town hall meeting.
During election period.
We are talking about during the election.
But it should be a regular thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. After election.
You should understand what I'm saying. During election period.
I do.
We understand.
Now I'm not trying to stop you from your information, sir. But let me chip in this before it gets out of my memory. the government should find a way to bring the community leaders,
okay,
the kings, the chiefs, like you mentioned the other time, the heads of communities. What do you call them?
Enoge, Okagele, youth leaders.
Whatever, youth leaders. The government should go beyond saying we have a town hall meeting, we don't know who attended and who did not attend. Like in Edo State, I want to encourage His Excellency Senator Mondo Polo, the governor of Edo State, to expand the focus on security to this angle.
Yes, that's to the youth leaders, in each community, yes, known as Okagele, the Enoge, then all the Ojonwe,
the kings
in the entire state.
Mobilize them, bring them together. If we warrant you to go to Ogbe Stadium, where it will
accommodate all of them,
everybody, and as many that is within the leaders of communities, I think insecurity will come down.
Because they will come and tell us what is happening in their communities. How can insecurity be tackled in their communities? You have a point because there. When Akoko Edo, what happened there was terrible. It was the Edo State Security Network that was able to fight the kidnappers that saved them from being kidnapped. And the Akoko Edo chairman visited those who were injured.
Those who were injured in the different hospitals.
Yes.
So if this focus goes beyond what we're seeing in city here, it will go a long way, honestly speaking, because most cases it is those in the house. Another adage I used to remember, my father used to tell me those days. He said it is the rat in the house that goes out to tell the one outside that
there's food
or feed or fish in the kitchen.
Yes.
Honestly speaking, in every kidnapping incident, there is an informant.
So that is where all these community leaders, youth leaders need to come in. How do we arrest this informant?
Yes, it's when you have these people and you create a welfare package for these community leaders. If there is no proper assignment given to them, what stops you as a government to say in this very community, let there be an SSA, senior special assistant or special assistant or special advisor in every community as regard to security today. And when you do this in each of the communities, the special advisor or senior special assistant or special assistant will come back to you and say, my community was peaceful yesterday. Align them up with the chief security details in your state, in Edo State. Like they report to the DPOs. DPOs goes to the area commanders. Area commanders go to the commissioner of police. Commissioner of police go to the assistant inspector general of police. Why assistant inspector general of police reports to the IG. IG in return goes back to the presidency. In the state, the commissioner reports to the governor. And when we have security reports in daily basics, we should be able to know how we can unravel situations. Those days I used to understand when they say red spot. There are red spots.
Hot spots.
Hot spots.
Black spots.
Black spots. When you are going, you should be able to know from here to here is dangerous. You should know the time and the hour you should pass so place.
Yes.
These informations put together will be able to help us to bring down security threats in the state, whether in the village. We look at it only within this state, in the town. What about in the villages where farmers cannot go to farm? Somebody should be involved. Somebody should. He has done a great job. For you to sleep and close eye well on Christmas season and New Year, there was no killing here, there was no killing here. It was an excellent, strong move by His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. You understand what I mean? When they say court fight here, court fight there, court fight there, as soon as he come on board, he makes sure that they didn't that they didn't fly again in the state. Who are you to come out and say you be this? Your house will first go down. They will carry you drop one corner. Your father will not be happy to say that a house he labored for years with pension money and everything is being brought down. Nobody will be happy about that. And everybody now begin to say, no, even if you want to give somebody a house in your room, an apartment in your house, you will ask, where do you work? What do you do for a living? I hope you're not a cultist. And by the time you establish all this, you issue a house to somebody who is worth having a house in your house, or in your compound, or in your home. So what are we trying to say? Mr. Governor should go beyond bringing in only the chief, the security chiefs. I overheard my doctor talk about state policing. State policing is something of the federal, and I think they're working towards that.
They need to be fast about
they're
it.
Working towards that.
They need to be fast about it.
The vigilantes has been on ground to complement state police, but it's not enough. In the night, if you see them, if you are going home in the night in your community, you will see them block road with torchlight. People don't even obey them. And they don't send. Somebody will tell you, how will I go and risk my life when there is nothing attached to it? I'm not being paid. And they want me in the night. Many of them are trying. They will stand on the road in the middle of the night. And once it is around 9, 10, 11, they go house. So you've created the open doors for the evil men and women to begin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emeka. We'll come back to you. Dr. Royal, now, just assume that Mr. Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo is listening to you now. Assume he's watching you now. You want to offer him advice, practical advice? What do you think he should do to quickly fix the situation on security?
Thank you. The first thing he will do is that, my first counsel to him is that these hay losses that he bought,
okay,
and then these security operatives, that the security architecture, he should call them and give them a marching order. I want this state to be calm. I want peace to be restored in the state. I'm very sure that if he gives that marching order, within 48 hours, our security men, they know what to do. They are Nigerians are intelligent people. In any structure, any field you find them, very intelligent people. They will deliver. That is that. I think another thing I will also say is that security should not be politicized. Should not be politicized. We should not play politics with security. Because what we find is that when you see somebody from the north being a DPO in an area is not familiar to, things like this can thrive. But if somebody from that community, I've always canvassed, let somebody from Edo State be the commissioner of police in Edo State. He knows the environment.
And you remember Pario Sainde of blessed memory, how he was able to apprehend the enemy.
Yes.
You know, in those days.
Yes, he somebody from the state understands the terrain, knows the environment. If there is something happens, he knows the area to go to, he knows who to call and get the information. So the governor should not politicize security. And thirdly, our youth should be engaged positively. I know he's trying in that area. He has done a lot in that, but we need more. Because even somebody from my own church has been recruited into his this administration, one of the programs they did. But I think we need more. Our governor should focus on agriculture, because that is the powerhouse of employment, not these white-collar jobs. You can't take much persons. He should focus on job creation, because once our youth are engaged, I can hit my hand on my chest and tell you that insecurity will die naturally.
Thank you very much. Dr. Emeka Ekuga, advise the governor on what he should do to quickly fix the situation now, because we are going to conclude the program shortly.
Yeah, my first advice to His Excellency is to always be on ground in regard to these security threats in the state. He has been doing well. He has been trying his best, but he should go beyond only the chief security personnel. He should go beyond that. He should time to time call for security meetings of communities, engage the communities, and also, like a doctor said, give the security on ground a marching order. I saw him when he went to inspect the roads. He has contracted to contractors. He was bold enough to say, you guys are doing well. But
and he threatened to revoke some.
Yes, but some of you that are kind of slacking in what you ought to do, look at what will happen to you. And you see then they wake up. So if you do same, he has the power to say, although federal government post commissioner, federal government post the commandant in the civil defense, federal government post the brigadier general in
the commandant,
the fourth brigade, the brigades, that all now see the entire area. Now, if you give them a marching order, that I don't want to witness this, that what Mr. President have done a few days ago as regards, is it Zamfara or which other? Is it, can't remember the state like that. He give them a marching order and said, if you don't do this, I'm the chief security officer, I have what it takes to tell Mr. President, I don't need this person here. I think they will wake up to do more. They are trying. Security is trying. Security is about every one of us. If you see anything that is not good in your area, you report. And those who report, you should be able to protect you, not to sell you out and say that you bring the information. I think we will get it right.
Thank you very much. I must commend Dr. Roya Imeri. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
And you've been able to actually outline important factors that can help the state governor to actually fix or tackle insecurity. I must also thank Dr. Emeka Ekuga. Thank you very much for the factors you've also aligned.
Yes, you,
but I must reiterate to our governor, distinguished Senator Modu Okpebholo, there's need for a situation room where it will be a digital room where they will monitor situation reports. We now have drones. We need to acquire drones. We need to acquire security cameras where the situation room will be linked to this apparatus. I don't know how they will do it, but those who know how to do it, who know IT, who are so good in AI, in technology and all that, they know what to do. You need to have a situation room. Then there's an emergency. There should be a number that can be called. In terms of security, I'm not saying fire disaster or no. In terms of maybe a crime scene. And that number will be accessible and there will be intervention. It will help. We don't want the doctors to go on strike as they have threatened. We need them. That's the show. Thanks for being a part of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Once again, Happy New Year to everyone. This year promises to bring out the best in you, to bring out the best for you. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ọ̀yọ́bọ̀ aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Oṣòdì aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀yọ́bọ̀ aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dọ̀yẹ aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
Viewers, once more, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today, inshallah, we want to look at the topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. Condemnation of the crime or the offense of murder in Islam. Inshallah, to this topic I have with me in the studio this evening. Close to me on my left is Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me, and salam alaikum viewers.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Professor Bunyamin Aidi Al-Adi. Professor Bunyamin Aidi. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you all.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, we are looking at this topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. We are looking at any topic as far as Islam is concerned. We are looking at it in line with what submission to the will of God entails, because Islam radically means submission to the will of Almighty Allah. Let me start with you. You start Sani Abdulhafiz. What is murder? Let's start with the definition.
In the name of Allah, all praise is due to Allah. We ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Murder, simply put, in the definition of Islam, is the taking of the life of another person for no just cause and without having the authority to do so. Taking the life of another person for no just cause and without the authority to do so. We have to put it this way because sometimes there are some kind of penalties that may involve having to take the life of another person. So such is not regarded as murder in Islam. For example, if somebody committed adultery and they have to be stoned to death, you don't call that murder. But stoning the person to death requires authority. So if you say somebody committed adultery and you say because we are Muslims, we cannot see an adulterer, and so we take up arms and lynch the person to death, we have committed murder because we have no authority to do so. So murder is to take the life of another person for no just cause and without authority to do so.
Alhamdulillah. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, what is the punishment for murder in Islam? One who has committed the offense of murder.
Of course, the definition of murder as far as Islam is concerned has been given by Malam Abdulhafiz Sani. In addition to what he just said, before I go to the punishment for murder, the issue of committing adultery, before you can even carry out the punishment, there must be witnesses. Witnesses to say at least two same men who will not lie. And it's not, adultery is not something that you commit in the presence of anyone. So even when the act had been carried out and the person just came out of the room with a towel or whatever, and it's at that point one of the witnesses see them, you don't have any right to now come out and say you think that is what they went inside to do. So before you even catch the person red-handed or the person's red-handed, it will be very, very difficult. And that is why most times it's left between you and your creator. Now, having said that, the punishment for murder, the moment...
The standard of proof in adultery is more than that.
Yes.
We are required to produce 4 eyewitnesses.
Thank you. 4 eyewitnesses. Yes, thank you. 4 eyewitnesses. Now, the punishment for murder is also that the life of the person that has committed it must be taken. And it will not be taken except the family of the person say, well, no problem. So there are 2 or 3 categories as mentioned in the Quran. The murder could be what the lawyers would call the manslaughter, if it is not intentional, just by mistake. And if it is intentional, someone intentionally takes the life of another person and it's established that the person did that intentionally. Such individual, once it's caught, you take the life of such person as well. So the Islam doesn't play with the life of an individual. Even when you say the life of the fetus, who you want to regard as not a full physical human being, Islam takes care of that. So as much as possible, even the life of animals, Islam takes care of that. Because in Islam doesn't allow you to take the life of an animal without you having any need for such animal. So much as we protect the lives of human beings, we protect the life of every living being.
Thank you very much. We are looking at the topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. In Islam, life is so sacred. It is Almighty Allah who created us and is the owner of all the life. In fact, you do not have the right to take your own life, take your own soul. You commit suicide, you go straight to the hellfire. We have a lot of misconceptions when it comes to all these issues in Islam. If you commit suicide, Islam, you go to the fire of hell. Islam has zero tolerance for the offense of murder. Now, Son of Lafis, I'm coming back to you again. Now, in a situation where we have Muslims whose lives are not governed by the Sharia law, which stipulates steep penalties for criminal offenses, what is your take on that?
As it relates to murder, when you don't have
we have issue
the
of
Sharia
corruption,
law,
even where you have laws of the land as regards a particular offense.
you know, the general rule, whenever the Sharia authority is not in place, more of a rule of alaykum anfusukum. That is, you are in charge of yourself. In charge of yourself to guard yourself and conduct yourself in a way and manner that you don't commit sins. You don't do whatever Allah has prohibited, including committing murder. It's a complex, scenario for a Muslim to actually live in, because there has to be law in place. There has to be the Sharia in place to bring everybody to book whenever they overstep the boundaries of Allah. But unfortunately, where you live in a place where the Sharia law is not in place, the second question will be, is there any law in place at all? If there is a law in place at all, then the law in place has to be followed to protect lives as it relates to murder. Nobody has a right to take the life of another person. The Islamic fights, so to say, that you had in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, at some point they have to be brought to a halt. Bringing them to a halt required coming into agreements, coming into some kind of treaties, some kind of terms of peace. Those terms of peace are, terms that all of us are committed to in order to see that we don't spill the blood of one another. So as long as those laws are in place, the Muslim is also binded by this law that you don't take the life of another person. This is actually how the ulama describe a state that has a constitution. Like Nigeria, for example. It has a constitution. The constitution represents the agreement between all parties that form the state called Nigeria. Whether they are traditionalists, they are Muslims, they are atheists, they are Christians, they are Jews, all of us are captured in this constitution. So that we are all binded by the law of respecting one another, protecting the life of one another, ensuring that there is always peace and there is no crisis.
Thank you very much.
Now,
Professor, I just come back to you again. We have some countries that have abolished death penalty. Condemnation of murder in Islam. The penalty for murder in Islam is you will be executed if you are found guilty of murder. What is your view on abolition of death penalty when Almighty God that created us has made that law that whoever kills and is found guilty should be executed?
You see, there is no way we will not have problems in every society where we try to modify the natural laws that govern us, that govern every society. It's one of the ways through which people modify the natural laws. And wherever you have that, will not be far from crisis. Because, for instance, in Nigeria, assuming we still uphold that is, whoever takes the life of another person unjustly, such individuals should also be eliminated. If we abide with it, we'll not be running into series of crises that we have nowadays. We have so many examples of people that were kidnapped before ransoms were paid. Such individuals were eliminated. Even when ransoms have been paid, they still went ahead to kill them. Quite a number of times we have read that certain numbers of kidnappers, bandits, terrorists, or whatever, committing one heinous crime or another, were arrested. Later, we will still hear that they receive amnesty.
But Nigeria did not abolish death penalty.
I'm coming. Now, much as we do not abolish death penalty, how many times have we in this country heard of someone that was condemned in any court of law to murder, and such persons were eventually executed, either publicly or privately in any secret places? We've not heard of that in the past 30 years. And that is why we keep, rigmaroling around a circle. Because right from the time kidnapping started some years back, if we had adopted that, right from the time the Ipso banditry started, the terrorism started, all these forms of criminalities in our society, if we had adopted execution of anyone that was found guilty, after carrying out all the decent investigations and you confirm that this person actually did this, if you execute them, automatically nobody will want to venture into such things. But at the end of the day, you still find them on the street of on the streets of the town. Now, coming back really to other countries where they have abolished that, they try as much as possible to keep such individuals out of circulation. And what they believe is that, separating them from the society, not having any contact with anyone, is even worse than killing. You've heard of people that were confided or that are confided life imprisonment. In one room, they only give them maybe 1 hour of refreshment during the day or at night, depending on whatever the person chooses. Keeping the person solitarily in that kind of environment can be worse. And it can be likened to, al-fitna to ashadu min al-qatl. Keeping someone in permanent condition of tribulation may be worse than death sometimes. But whichever one we adopt in the country, as it is today, Nigeria cannot even be said to have adopted anyone. We are just floating, and that is why we have this mirage of crisis within us today.
Our law is very clear. We have the law stipulating death penalty for some offenses. Another thing is the enforcement of the laws. I'm coming to you now, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Now, is it permissible in Islam to, in the guise of jihad, perpetrate heinous crimes like murder?
No, it's never permitted in the
jihad?
laws of Islam.
What is jihad?
So,
jihad means killing the innocent?
Jihad is a struggle, by the literal translation. And this struggle can be in any form, which one of the forms is actual fighting. And the way to express it is to say that you are struggling to enforce Allah's law. You are trying to, live the life that Allah says you should live. Obey Allah's law. It's a continuous struggle. You are struggling with yourself. You are struggling with the forces. Then you now have it at a point in time where you have forces that feel that you should not even exist because you are a Muslim, that you shouldn't exist. So this is the point at which the Prophet ﷺ was told that you should fight back.
Is it part of jihad to be involved in banditry and terrorism?
Yeah, you asking the question that what's jihad? That's why we are trying to explain it. It's not. It's not. Banditry is not jihad. Terrorism is not jihad. Whatever other forms of crimes people committing, it's not jihad.
A police officer who is fighting against the armed robbers, is he not performing jihad?
is performing a jihad because he is trying to, is struggling against disturbances to the society,
so whatever you
to
do,
the community. Everything you do to keep the community safe, peaceful, and progressing is a jihad. So it can be in any form. Now, coming back to the point of banditry, I feel actually very disturbed to even want to connect them at all. They are not in the same line. Because banditry is for some economic gain. We can put it that way.
Banditry is evil.
Yes, it's evil. It's for economic gain. Those who are into it, they know what they are out for. Even in jihad, you don't come to a place where people are just living and then you launch an attack on them because they are not Muslims. No, you don't do that. So when you say that some people are terrorists and then they go to a place of non-Muslim occupants in order to get everybody dead.
Or even Muslim occupants.
Okay, Muslim. No, normally when you want to talk about jihad, you want to talk about the non-Muslim. That's why you can't call it jihad. Because many of the time, Muslims are involved in what your so-called banditry, terrorism, insurgency, kidnapping. Muslims are involved. They pay the ransom. They lose the lives of their relatives. Mosques are destroyed. Worshippers are maimed. So how could you call it jihad? They are not close. They are not the same thing. So it's part of what the society need to be educated about. The Quran talks about jihad, but jihad is not banditry. It's not terrorism. It's not insurgency. It is not kidnapping. It is the Prophet ﷺ fought against Makkans. The Makkans was the home where he was born. He has been expelled from Makkah to Medina. And the people did not only expel him, they took arms to go face him in Medina to say, this man cannot continue to live. Whoever believes in him will be crushed. That was when Allah said, now,
Thank you very much. You are allowed to defend yourself, you defend your life. And so it is part of jihad to defend your life. Prophet said one tradition. That if a thief attacks you, you should fight him. And the companion asked, how about if he kills me because of the fight? Prophet says, you will go to paradise. He now said, how about if I kill him? Prophet says, if you kill him, he will go to the hellfire. So jihad is from the word jahada, to strive, to struggle. But it has to be a positive struggle. Striving in the cause of God. And God is good. And God is not evil. Saving a life. Part of jihad. As a medical doctor, you are called and you left your home at midnight, rushing to the hospital to save the life of that accident victim. That is jihad. Jihad is to struggle, to strive in the cause of God. Nigeria has been declared or was declared as a country of particular concern. And we are also hearing allegations of Christian genocide. What is your take on that?
Well, of course, when you look at the word genocide as applied to what we have in Nigeria, it's not only our Christian brothers, sisters that one can say are the victims of genocide in Nigeria. Because look at the issue of kidnapping, the issue of terrorism, banditry that we mentioned earlier on. All these one cut across various tribes, various religions, even including those that don't proclaim either Christianity or Islam. The victims vary in terms of age, in terms of tribes, in terms of religion. So one cannot really say that it's only the Christians that are involved, except that we are trying to just heat up the polity. And where the danger is the fact that assuming the people we are calling from outside come here to come and assist us, fight others, there is no way we will not run into more problems. Because in areas where they had intervened, in the past. There is no part of the world where we have had intervention of these persons that we are calling, that they have stable society till today. Talk of Libya, talk of Somalia, talk of Syria, talk of even the Middle East. There is nowhere that is peaceful up to today. Now, if you say they should come, no bomb or bullet is labeled Christians or Muslims. If they drop any bomb anywhere, the devastation will not separate people based on religion or will not destroy people based on religion or tribes. So therefore, what we need to pray for and also strive for is there is a general problem, that there are general problems that we all have. The issue of hunger is there. The issue of mounting anger is there, which is necessitated by the situation we find ourselves in this country. So if someone is hungry, hunger as it is today doesn't differentiate between religions, doesn't differentiate between tribes. We are all hungry, we are all angry the same way. So we should not, based on the fact that certain persons are looking for favors outside the shores of Nigeria, then magnify the problem beyond what we will be able to bear when the consequences come. The consequences may be enormous. This country belongs to every one of us, whether we are Christians or we are Muslims or we are atheists, or we don't even believe in any existence of any God. This country belongs to us all, and we must defend it by our conduct, by our character, and by that band of humanity that all of us are together in this.
Thank you. Mr. What is the government expected to do? The duty of government is to protect life and property.
The government, among everything they have done, which is striving to see how much they protect life and properties, we can only say that more should be done. More should be done, and just as has been mentioned, that when criminals that are involved in these activities are arrested, they should be promptly dealt with according to the law. And when Allah mentioned about punishing the adulterer, let some of the people witness their punishment, so that it will be shown that the one who lost a life will know that the person that killed my person has been dealt with.
That will serve as a deterrent to others. Thank you very much, viewers. We have been looking at the topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. Islam has zero tolerance for murder and for all criminal activities. In fact, Islam is very, very strict when it comes to punishment. You steal, your hand is amputated. You commit adultery, you are stoned to death, or you are given 100 strokes of the cane if you commit fornication, if you are not married. You commit murder, you are to be executed. You commit banditry, your hand and feet at alternate sides is to be cut off, and you can be banished from the land. Very severe punishment we have in Islam, the Sharia law. But when you have Muslims whose lives are not governed by the Sharia, then it becomes a matter of concern. Banditry, terrorism is not part of Islam. Jihad means struggle, to strive in the cause of God positively. And we should all try as much as possible to let all hands be on deck to make Nigeria and the world at large a peaceful place, especially as Muslims. Thanks for coming. I've argued Mr. Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Mr. Sani Abdulhafiz.
Thank you too.
Al-Aidi Al-Amin Alao. We have joined us again next week. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Pitches and voices. My name is Kingsley Okoje, your usual anchor on the program. And as usual, my sign language interpreter for today is Cynthia Godwin. Let me, before I go into the nitty-gritty of today's program, let me start by apologizing to our ardent followers and viewers on television that for quite some time, 2 editions now, we've not been able to come on air. But thank God we are back now to do what we know how to do best, which is, of course, talking about disability, creating awareness on issues concerning persons with disability, not just in Edo State, but in Nigeria at large. And today would not be different as we focus our attention to NAVID. NAVID, of course, is the sponsor of this program, Hitches and Voices. And NAVID is Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City, Nigeria, that is advancing the rights of persons
with disability. NAVID has embarked on a very noble project. And our guest for today, who's to talk about this, is indeed a noble man. He's the program officer for NAVID, and he'll be taking us through what NAVID is trying to do to support the Edo State Disability Commission. I'm talking about Mr. Isaac Noble. Welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you, Kinsley. I'm grateful.
All right. Like it is with NAVID, one of our core mandates, like I said in my introduction, is to advance the rights of persons with disability. And for quite some time, NAVID participated in several activities calling on the Edo State government to do the needful by passing a law for persons with disability. That was done, and NAVID was not satisfied. Together with other sister organizations, we pushed for the Edo State government to set up a commission for persons with disability that would drive the implementation of the law. And kudos to the current governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpewulu. He set up the commission to implement the provisions of the law. But the commission is in place now, but I'm sure NAVID is still not satisfied. NAVID has started a project to support the Edo State Disability Commission. And I want my guest in the studio today, Mr. Noble NAVID, who is the program officer for NAVID, to take us through this project.
All right, thank you so much, Kinsley. I want to especially greet our viewers at home. Compliments of the season to everyone. Yes, NAVID currently is implementing the project, capacity building for justice providers in handling vulnerable groups project. It's a project that is with the support of the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program, ROLAC, implemented by International ID and supported or funded by the European Union. It's a very short project, just about 2 months, but one of the aim that we have for this project or goal is to achieve the strengthening of justice sector providers, particularly mechanisms, justice mechanisms in the states to be more inclusive and provide more accessibility for persons with disabilities in accessing justice in Edo State. But particularly at the tail end, when we did that proposal, the commission was not yet on board. So as soon as the commission came on board, we saw a need to retwork the proposal, and thankfully ROLAC gave us that open door to rework it. And one of the things we want to achieve, which is very critical for us right now, is the strengthening of the newly established Edo State Commission for Persons with Disabilities. So part of the things we're going to be doing in this project within these next 2 months is to strengthen, we call it institutional strengthening. Yes, institutional strengthening of this commission, of the members, and of course the officials, and to ensure that this commission is able to receive the needed support to carry out its function as a commission that is representing persons with disabilities in the Edo State government. And I would want to say that so far we've been able to achieve some level of results already, though the project just began December 1st. But so far, one of the key provisions that we saw in the law, the Edo State Disability Rights Law of 2022, is that the commission is to function with the support of what we call ex-officials. That is, each of the relevant MDAs or necessary MDAs that's to work with the commission are supposed to designate a senior staff member to serve as an ex-official in the board of the commission. And so when this project came on board, we needed to do a training or a workshop where these ex-officials will be on ground. And so what we did was that we began to mobilize. We wrote to the HOS, and then right now we have these ex-officials are currently mobilized to the commission. That is a plus for us because before now, that was not there. All right, so but through this project, we're able to mobilize, and this commission right now has expanded its board to include these ex-official members. And just last week here, we had the first 2 days workshop training to train the commission and, of course, these ex-official members on what is required of them to function and to push the commission as a regulatory body to truly achieve its objectives for which it was set up for.
You just said something that's very striking. You mentioned the objective of the commission. how significant is this training? How will this training help members of the commission to effectively achieve the implementation of their mandate?
Thank you. You see, the commission, like I stated, is a newly set up commission, so they are still at the very base level, all right? And giving them the needed support right now is all that is required, okay, to function effectively. Yes, the government has done their part by establishing a commission, but if you notice, during the just concluded International Day for Persons with Disabilities, on the 5th, we organized, in collaboration with the Commission and JONAPID, NAVID organized the 14th Rights Above Charity Lecture. And the theme for this, for the lecture was from establishment to effectiveness, making inclusion the heartbeat of governance in Edo State. So that signifies that we know that government has played its role by establishing the commission. Right now, what we are looking at is to see how this commission can be effective. So the training we did last week was a 2-day workshop to train. We got the consultant to train the commission and, of course, the rest official members on the statutory role as a commission. And one of the outcome or output from this 2-day workshop is the development of the operational manual for the commission. You know, for example, these are baby steps we are taking, especially as a commission, the commission level. So we are helping them take that step, like we're like providing a guide, all right? So one of the outputs is that we've been able to achieve the operational manual, which is being fine-tuned currently as we speak. All right, and also I want to also let you know that just the previous week before the December 5th, December 3rd program, we were able to even achieve the simplification of the Edo Disability Rights Law of 2022. It's still under this output from this same very project, where the law is being simplified so that the common man can access the provisions of that law without needing a learned colleague to decipher the content of the law. Yes. So that is part of the things we are trying to achieve. And one of the things you will see that at the end of this 2-day capacity training that we did, there was increase in knowledge, all right, on the part of the commission on their statutory role, and also what is expected of them as per the public, and at the same time too, the part that is very important for them is to understand their regulatory function, all right, as a commission. And one of the things that we help them guide their operations was the operational manual, which, like I said, was developed in that workshop. So you see that it's a whole robust program that at the end, in the next 1 year, 2 years, you will not believe how much we would have achieved by this foundation that is being laid.
You talked about an operational manual, which is one of the key documents or one of the fallouts from the 2 days capacity training. I also know that you are working towards developing another document, which is a strategic work plan for the commission, but we'll talk more about that. We'll go on a quick break now. Don't forget the program is Hitches and Voices, coming to you courtesy of Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NAVID, a non-governmental organization here in Nigeria. We'll go on a quick break now. We'll come back. We'll continue our conversation with our guest, Noble NAVID, a program officer with NAVID. We'll be back. Back from that very short break. If you're just joining us, the program is Hitches and Voices. Don't forget, our conversation has been with Mr. Israel Noble Isaac, a program officer with NAVID, and he's been having conversations with us about NAVID's intervention or NAVID's support for the Edo State Disability Commission to strengthen the commission, to enable the commission fulfill its core mandate. And before we went on break, he was talking about helping the commission develop a operational a document that will help them function very well. Like I said before we went on the break, you talked about a strategic plan. Why do you want to help the commission develop a strategic plan?
All right, thank you. Thankfully, we have a government that's very supportive of the commission since its establishment. And one of the things that we also say is the outcome, an outcome for the commission since inception is that for the first time they were able to defend their budget, and for 2026 fiscal year they will be operating with a budget. All right. So we as a development partner, NAPFID, we see the need that it is important that they don't just implement programs or projects, but they have a policy drive. All right, so that's why we, with support from the ROLAC program, we are able to, that will be in January 2026, we'll be having a 3-day strategic planning workshop with the commission members and of course the ex-officials who have just been inaugurated into the commission to develop a 3-year strategic plan and a work plan for 2026 based on the budgets that have been submitted already to the states for the commission, so that it will be like strategic plans are like roadmaps. They show you direction. They direct you on projects and programs that you do. Is a policy direction. All right. So the strategic plan we are looking at is that it's going to be for 2026 through to 2028, which of course also in addition, like a cherry on the cake, will also be including the 1-year work plan, which is for 2026 for the commission. So that at a glance, even if they are going to be desiring partners to join them to push through with the strategic plan, it will be easier to bring partners on board, to be easier to bring,
all right.
Yes.
I don't want to be want us to be too academic with this program so that an average listener can follow properly. But the essence of all of this is to ensure that the commission functions optimally and deliver on its core mandate, which is to provide for the welfare and to protect the rights of persons with disability. I believe that's the essence of all of this activity. But let's go back to the ex-official you talk about. I believe these are members of various MDAs who will be working with the commission to achieve its mandate. And I like the fact that you are carrying various members of each ministry along. But I just want you to speak to the specific. Why is it important for these ex-officials to be part of the commission, to understand what the commission is doing so that they can implement it at their various ministry? How important is this?
All right, you just answered it.
I want you to expand on it.
You just answered it because their involvement play a great role. One, at the beginning stage, when you are part of those laying the foundation, you're able to contribute meaningfully to the raising of the edifice. All right. So in this case, the ex-official coming on board right now at this ground level is very critical. They understand where the commission is and where the commission is going. And so, as representatives of these various ministries are on board, for example, Ministry of Justice, one of their rep was available throughout the 2 days workshop. When he goes back to the Ministry of Justice, his role, his responsibility is to ensure that all the programs the Ministry of Justice will be carrying out henceforth should be inclusive. It should have a disability component, because disability is a cross-sectoral or multi-sectoral issue. All right, and therefore, talking about access to justice, for example, talking about accessing the maybe family courts or whatsoever, he understands the concept, because the truth is that you can't advocate for what you don't understand. So if they are on board, they understand the concept, they understand the idea from which persons with abilities are speaking from. And so when they are at the implementation or policy level in their various ministry, they can make meaningful contributions. Okay, I'm representing this group in this capacity, and I can speak for them in this level. So can we make this program more inclusive? And how do we do it? You will now see them bringing ideas. Okay, we can do it this way because they already have ideas. They've been trained on how inclusive programs should look like.
Oh, beautiful. So for example, maybe someone, an ex-official in the commission who is a staff of the Ministry of Information, for example, if there's a policy to carry out a campaign or an awareness creation, he's going to speak for the disability community to say, look, we must make this campaign more inclusive.
Thank you.
Because sometimes we see campaigns on television, on radio, and they are not inclusive enough. They don't carry the deaf community along. You do jingles, there are no sign language interpreters to help the deaf community understand what you're talking about. If there's an epidemic now, how is the deaf community going to be aware? So such ex-official will help break down, unbundle these policies, and ensure that they are more inclusive, they are more disability friendly. That's a good one. Let's look at the, you say it's a 2 months program. So at the end of these 2 months, what does the What does NAVID hope to achieve with this project?
Thank you. I will just run through the line of project activities that we have planned out, so that when I speak to the results, it will be clearer, especially to our audience out there. One of the things we want to achieve primarily is to increase access to justice.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes. For example, strengthening the commission is in a way improving access to justice, because persons with disabilities will have better representation, both at the government level and also at the monitoring level, where you talk about regulatory, functions. All right. Also, we want to see that the current law, Disability Rights Law 2022 of Edo State, is simplified. Like I mentioned, we are simplifying that law. We've done the validation session just earlier this month, the 3rd or 2nd, I think 2nd of December. And part of that, what we did was to validate the simplified version of the disability law. And after we are done with the, final editing, we'll be producing even braille versions and other large print versions, so that it will be available for, the various clusters to access. That's one of the things we want to
members
achieve.
of the public in
yes,
general.
of course. Even the digital copy will also be made available for anyone to access it in a simplified language. All right. And secondly, we are looking at conducting a research, all right, on inclusivity of the Edo State Civil Service. All right, because we believe that the current state of the Edo State Civil Service on inclusion, all right, is not, there's no data backing. Though we know that the government have tried, the government have tried by employing, persons with disabilities. Just recently, after the 14 at Above charity lecture, you could see that the governor gave direct appointments to one barrister Kanye Sidahosa into the Ministry of Justice. That is applaudable, all right, and. We through this project want to strengthen inclusion in the Edo State Civil Service. And one of the ways we want to do this is through data research, where we can say, okay, this is where we are. All right, this is how far, this is what is commendable from what the Edo State government has done, and also make recommendations. How can they improve? Because it's not enough to employ, it's not enough to bring persons with abilities into this space to work, but are there reasonable accommodations? All right, are there accessible buildings? These are things that we are looking at in this research, and it's going to be, we will make the findings public, so that the members of the public can also have access, and also even use it to make decisions, informed decisions moving forward. Then thirdly, we are looking at also this strengthening of the commission. We've talked about it already, the professional manual, and of course the strategic plan for 3 years that will cover the commission's operation, that will strengthen their operations as a commission. Then also we are looking at a case where we're also going to be creating awareness. For example, this program we're having now is an awareness creation program. Of course. So we are creating awareness not just on the project itself, but also on disability issues, how front burner issues are perceived, all right, by the general public, and how they can better position themselves, in responding. You need to respond right when it comes to disability issues, all right, because that's why we are creating that awareness to ensure that there is deeper understanding. So part of the result we want to see at the end of this project is that there is increase in our awareness, one, on disability law, and of course on disability related issues when it comes to access to justice. And also, let me also skip this also. One of the critical components we're also seeing here is that there's an intersection of disability and sexual and gender-based violence. Yes, there's an intersection, because most of the times, most of these vulnerable persons are persons with disabilities, but they don't speak because they don't have a channel through which they can speak. So part of this we're going to be doing this project also is that in next year, January, we're going to be training SAC workers. All right, it's part of this project. We're going to be training SAC workers in Edo State on inclusive practices in handling sexual and gender-based related issues. Yes. We're going to be doing that, and part of the result we want to see is that we'll have more inclusive practices. For example, earlier this year we did a research. When we were doing some of our findings, we find that at the state level in the SAC center, they don't have a database disaggregated by disability. So they agreed to us.
To take count of persons with disabilities who have been violated.
Thank you. They agreed to us that persons with disabilities have been violated. They've come to report, but in their database they don't have that, because in their case form, disaggregated by data. So that's part of the reason why we are doing this training also, to strengthen that provision.
All right, we'll continue this conversation. It's quite an intense one, and it's obvious that the program officer for NAVID, Mr. Isaac Noble, Israel, has a lot to say concerning this subject. We'll bring him on again to expand more on this conversation, but unfortunately, we've run out of time to continue the conversation today. Like I said, we'll stay on this topic and expand on it. It's a wrap for the program today on Hitches and Voices. I'd like to thank you for following us on the program, and for our listeners on radio, thank you for taking our time to also listen to the program today. We'll do this again next week. Till then, my name is Kingsley Okoje, saying spot the hitch and be a voice.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. Now, the Vice President of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, joined by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, members of the Federal Executive Council, service chiefs, and other senior military officers on Friday observed the Jumat prayer at the National Mosque, Abuja, in honor of the sacrifices of members of the armed forces and military veterans. Defense correspondent John Tenner reports that the Jumat prayer is part of activities commemorating the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day.
The Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day Jumat prayer is traditionally observed on the second Friday of the year, offering prayers for the souls of fallen heroes, veterans, and their families. With President Bola Ahmed Tinubu attending the Abu Dhabi summit, Vice President Kashim Shettima represented him at the Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day Jumat prayer. The Vice President was joined by members of the National Assembly, serving and retired military personnel, veterans, and other government officials attended the prayer session.
Thank Allah immensely
for giving us life and time to observe this Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Special prayers today. Actual fact, this is the time we use as a sober reflection for all our fallen heroes who God have made to suffer and sacrifice their lives for the peace and progress and development of this country. May Allah grant all their souls eternal rest. And may Allah continue to protect this country, continue to guide this country, and those who are still in uniform. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to protect them, guide them, and give them the strength and wherewithal to protect the territorial integrity of this country.
Following the Jumat prayer, an interdenominational church service scheduled for Sunday will also feature as part of activities lined up to mark the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day. From Abuja, John Teina, ITV News.
Moving on, the Ijaw Youth Council, IYC, has condemned the impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara by the Rivers State House of Assembly and is calling for the sack of Nyesom Wike as the FCT minister. President Alaye Theophilus, during a press briefing in Port Harcourt, hours after the lawmakers began proceedings to impeach Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu, condemned the action in its entirety, which he said is against the wishes of Rivers people. The IYC leader also asked President Bola Tinubu to sack the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, who the group said has been fomenting trouble and unrest in the oil-rich state. He says latest developments in River State have revealed the true enemies of the state, and as such, they are demanding the immediate sack of the FCT minister, the person of Barrister Nyesom Wike. IYC said it is supporting the re-election bid of Governor Fubara and President Tinubu, hailing the ex-Lagos governor for his administration's resolve in repositioning Nigeria.
The IYC Ijaw Youth Council condemned in its totality the unwarranted impeachment proceeding initiated against the people governor of Rivers State, the person of Sir Siminalayi Fubara. We call for the immediate sack of the FCT minister. The person of Barrister Nyesom Wike, as it has shown that he is not a true Democrat, but an enemy to democracy and good governance. IYC have also wished to regard and respect your Renew Hope agenda and can't allow a single individual to destroy the good democratic legacies your administration have displayed in the past 3 years of your administration. The IYC and the entire Ijaw ethnic nationality is behind your re-election bid for 2027 and that of Siminalayi Fubara for his second term as governor of Rivers State.
The IYC added that the entire Ijaw ethnic nationality are behind the re-election bid for Siminalayi Fubara in 2027 for his second term as governor of Rivers State. Now, the Rivers State House of Assembly has dismissed claims that the ongoing impeachment process against Governor Siminalayi Fubara is influenced by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The Assembly's spokesperson, Enemi George, as a guest on a cable television current affairs program, insisted that the lawmakers were acting strictly within constitutional provisions and not at the behest of any political figure. Responding to questions on whether Wike played a role on the impeachment move, George said mixing politics with constitutional responsibilities would be dangerous. He stressed that the House should not be reduced to the influence of an individual, describing such claims as unfair and demeaning to the legislature. The Assembly spokesperson maintained that the impeachment process is not politically motivated, arguing that the governor allegedly breached several constitutional provisions. In another report, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas has said that the Nigerian Navy remains committed to combating maritime crimes and ensuring safety on the waterways. He disclosed this during an inspection of facilities at the Nigerian Navy Reference Hospital and other projects in Calabar. Vice Admiral Idi Abbas explained that the Navy is committed to making Nigeria's waters safe and secure, assuring that they are going to make the nation maritime environment very safe and secure. The naval chief said he was satisfied with the facilities and operational gains the Navy had made in recent weeks. He noted that the Navy's mandate is maritime security, adding that he is assessing its operational capabilities to identify critical challenges and prioritize security areas.
I have been going around to various naval commands and units and formations. And basically, I'm here to assess the operational capabilities of the Navy with a view to getting to know some of the critical challenges and, by extension, what needs to be prioritized towards achieving the mandate of the Nigerian Navy, which is the maritime security of the nation.
Mr. Abbas noted that the tour is part of an effort to identify what requires prioritization to achieve the Navy's mandate. Now, operatives of the Commissioner of Police Special Assignment Team have recorded major successes in the sustained offensive against kidnapping, violent crimes, drugs, and illegal arms trafficking across Delta State. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the Delta State Commissioner of Police, Aino Adeshina, revealed this while highlighting the command's achievements since resumption of office.
Addressing newsmen at the police headquarters in Asaba, the Commissioner of Police, Aino Adeshina, said, acting on credible intelligence, the assignment team of the command dismantled a notorious interstate kidnapping and armed robbery syndicate operating drug syndicate across Delta, Bayelsa, and Rivers State. CP Aino said the operatives recorded a major breakthrough on 29 December 2025 in Port Harcourt with arrest of Abubakar Muhammad. He said, following interrogation, the suspect led operatives to concealed arms dumps in Bayelsa and Delta State,
leading to the arrest of one Abubakar Muhammad. Following intensive interrogation, the suspect led operatives to a concealed bush location along Tobia village by the Amasoma area of Airport Road, Bayelsa State. We shall not rest until we sufficiently eradicate them.
Mr. Adeshina explained that drug barons Bamingo, Omogbomi, and Samuel, including two others, were arrested. Items recovered from the hoodlums were 2 AK-47 rifles, 76 rounds live ammunition, pump-action guns, illicit drugs, cash, and several weapons. SP Adeshina reassured residents of Delta State that the command is committed to combating kidnapping, violent crime, and proliferation of illegal firearms. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
In another report, the 2026 Universal Week of Prayers, organized by the Benin City Christian community, continued on Thursday with a call on Christians to remain steadfast in faith, righteousness, and obedience to God. The week-long prayer program tagged The Unchangeable God took place at the Christ Apostolic Church of God Mission, Agbomaba, off Ekema Road, Benin City. Patience Osaogiwa has the details.
The spiritual exercise featured prayers for church, families, Edo State, and the nation. Special renditions by the church choir added color to the event, creating an atmosphere of worship and deep reflection. Delivering a sermon titled "Seeing the Heights, God's Face," Reverend Currency Efe reminded believers in Christ that God remains ever faithful and merciful despite human shortcomings. He said God is always willing to forgive sins if Christians genuinely repent, turn away from unrighteousness, and uphold godly values.
Jesus is the only rich one that you need. Amen. That's why the Bible said he thought he was rich, but he became poor, so that through him we can become rich.
Some participants described the prayer week as timely, expressing optimism that the collective prayer will usher in peace, unity, and divine intervention in Edo State and the country as a whole.
This is a time we speak to God concerning the state, concerning the nation. We believe that God's face cannot be hidden because of our prayer to change our life.
Commit the state, in fact the nation, and by extension the states, into the hands of God, so that there can be security, stability, that everything that have been lost, the Lord should have mercy and restore.
It's a universal week of prayer because it is not for only the church, even for the governance and those that are government, that they will imbibe the spirit of godliness in every endeavors of life.
The 2026 Universal Week of Prayers continues in Benin City, with Christians encouraged to remain committed to seek God in truth and in spirit. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
United States President Donald Trump has said Muslims are also being killed in Nigeria, but insisted that Christians are the main targets as he warned of possible further U.S. military strikes if violence against Christians continues. Trump made the remarks in an interview on Thursday while responding to questions about a U.S. military strike carried out on Christmas Day in Nigeria. At the time, the U.S. military said it conducted the strike against Islamic State militants in northwest Nigeria at the request of the Nigerian government. When asked about comments by his Africa advisor that Islamic State and Boko Haram militants were killing more Muslims than Christians, Trump said he thinks that Muslims are also being killed in Nigeria, but it's mostly Christians. He revealed he would love to make it a one-time strike, but if they continue to kill Christians, it will be a many-time strike. In late October, Trump began warning that Christianity faces an existential crisis in Nigeria and threatened U.S. military intervention over what he described as the Nigerian government's failure to protect Christian communities. And with that report, we've come to the end of ITV News at 11. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Thank you for watching. Good night.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.